good afternoon. And boy, is it a warm one. Where are we? Here we are. How is everyone doing today? I hope you're surviving the heat. It's toasty. Now, I'll wait a little bit before I explain the reason for the jester outfit, but there is a good reason that I am dressed as a clown today, because there's been clown activities going ahead. Mistakes were made. And it happened at a very frustrating point in the journey. Hopefully you can't hear my aircon going. I don't think you'll be able to, but it is blasting because it's roasting. So if you can, I do apologize, but I'm going to need that to survive. For now, I'm making sand and seaweed into molten glass, just for a little bit, just while we wait a second. I'll give it 10 minutes, and then I'll go into the full explanation of exactly what's gone wrong. What you do need to know is there's going to be a wheel spin today. It's not a wheel spin that we want to spin. It is a punishment wheel spin. And it's been pretty much a year since the last one. You should not be excited for this picture. That is bad. We do not want this. Obviously, the punishment wheel is there as a punishment. Obviously, the main goal is to never hit another log from a different log that we're not on. But instead of going and doing that log after, I'm doing it in a slightly different way. Now, the previous wheel, if you had seen it, I think it was back during Hunter Rumors, which I don't know what episode that was, quite a few episodes ago now, which means it was quite a few months. We previously had the wheel where it just had a number of clues on there, and then I could go and get pretty much any clue to that amount. Seagull may get out of here. That's changed a little bit. We have an updated punishment wheel, and I would love your guys' feedback / input on it, just to see if I'm on the right track. I think I've pretty much hit it on the head with how it feels for a punishment for getting the different log, but we'll see. I'm only going to make a little bit more. All of this seaweed, by the way, is from Temporos. All of this molten glass and this seaweed was from opening Temporos crates. So even however many months or years later, we are still benefiting from our boy Temporos, which is good. Afternoon, Poet. I hope you're surviving the heat, my friend. It's toasty. Yeah, we dressed up accordingly as mistakes have been made. Right, now I'm not one to milk, so realistically I should just show you what we're doing because I need to get stuck in with it. This detour has potential to be horrific or just bad. Alright, there's no good scenario here. It's just less bad than the others. And I think that is the point of a punishment wheel. So, let's not faff around. Let us do what we need to do. Okay. Over to here. And over to here. Now, this here is the Idiot Boy wheel. Let me just turn this on because I've got invisible. That's a bit better. This here is the Idiot Boy wheel. Right? On it, we have a different selection of clues, ranging from elites, sorry, easies up to elites. Beginners have been left off, Masters have obviously been left off, just because the likelihood of completing one is kind of not very likely at all. Now, the reason the elites are starting at 5 and maxing out at 10 is, if you'll remember, during the Barrows grind, I did, or received, 94 elite clues. I could only complete 10. So that's quite a low success rate, and it's still going to take a long time to do. There's different various methods of how we'll go and get different stuff. Easies is obviously, there's a lot of methods of getting that. Pickpocketing hand members, I can pretty much do every single easy, every single medium. So if we roll those, we're very happy. If we roll the elites, we're not happy, but it's a punishment. If we roll the hards, we're still not happy, but once again, it is a punishment. So I realized I just showed you the wheel. Let me show you why we're rolling the wheel. Now you see this here. This little item. And this is where you're probably going to be a little bit shocked. Right? On the basis that I think everyone knew this apart from me, which is kind of the embarrassing part, hence the reason we're dressed as the clown. Because, you know, we've made a fool of ourselves. I did not know that the Giant's Den is part of the Catacombs of Kourend. And hear me out, right? Before you crucify me, I have never, ever gone through the Catacombs of Kourend and got into the Giant's Den. I didn't know there was even a way in. The way I entered it before, where is it? Is down here. Giant's Den on the beach, right? So you run in, and then you arrive in here. Okay? To me, that's not the Catacombs of Kourend. To everyone else, there is a direct link going from the skeletons down here. And what makes this even worse, right? As if that wasn't bad enough. I technically could have just got away with a jump scare. As if we go on the bosses now, we go to Skotizo. The Ancient Shard's on there, right? Bad. That's why we're spinning. If that hadn't happened, where is it? Slayer. And I got jump scared, I would have ended up with just a totem piece. Where have they gone? Maybe they're not even on there. But the totem piece isn't the same as the full totem. So I would have got away with it. Is it on Misk? Am I just glancing over it? Oh, here. Okay, yeah, so the totem pieces would have been completely fine to get. Not that I wanted them, because I wasn't looking for them. I didn't know that that was part of the Catacombs of Kourend. But I had a 1 in 4 chance of getting punished by killing those giants. And it just so happens the one thing that I did roll was an Ancient Shard. So yeah, it's 115 days playtime on the account. Last mistake happened at whatever the time. Last thing was the Sunfire Splinters. We're now here. Yeah. There's not really much else to say about it, to be honest with you. I kind of just think that we have to suck it up and spin that wheel. So this is what we're looking at. Yeah. Not really much to say other than please don't give me the elites. We were so close to 69 Slayer and doing Monkey Madness 2 as well. This was the last task we needed before we hit 69 Slayer. So it feels like something did not want me to complete that. We had everything prepped as well. We were on like 1,500 points for skips and stuff, had a task stored. We were looking sweet. And then the nature of this has thrown a little spanner in the works. Right. Let's just give it a go, shall we? We're looking for, realistically, easy clues would be ideal. 100 and 150 is a lot, but they are very doable. We do not want elites, and I would rather not have 30 hards. Mediums, once again, Not ideal, but there are eclectic imps that we can go and do for that, and I can do most of them. So, no more milking. Just make sure I'm recording. This is what you get for being an idiot. Here we go. Oh my god. Okay. 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 That was nearly 10 elites. I had to look away. I had to turn my face so that I didn't see that. 15 hards it is. Okay. 15 hards is not bad. We take that all day, every day. Okay, Christ. Let's get back to this. Right. I had to do that live as well because there's no point of doing that where you can't see it. I needed you to see how that was going to go down. Now the question is, where the hell do we get hard clues? I think there's a couple of different ways to obtain them. We need to look for the most time optimal way. Now killing jellies is a 1 in 128. But I can't go down to the catacombs, even though I've got this log. I can't go there. This also now, in front of your eyes, has to be ritually sacrificed. I'm not allowed to keep it, because that's just how it works. So we're going to leave that there, and just let it despawn. One little shard is going to cause some anguish. Right, so the best way to get hards is looking like jellies at the moment. I'm seeing if I can pickpocket anything. Ninja implings are a 1 in 25 as well, but finding a ninja impling is not the best. What else have we got? Nature implings are a 1 in 100. I think we're going to have to go try out some jellies for a bit. Now, I do believe we have a couple of clues here. So we have 2 hards in here, which is good. If we can do both of these, then we only have 8. Now, obviously, since I'm on stream, I am not going to be going into the wilderness. Hellhounds, I shouldn't do. No, Healy, it's not that bad. It's not that bad. It's still bad, but maybe that was a bit too baity of a title. We picked up an ancient shard in the Giant's Den, and now we had to roll the forfeit wheel, which has resulted in hard clues needing to be done. Not ideal. We were so close. I'll show you the XP in a second of how close we were. We have 15 hard clues that we have to do. But we were 13k off of 69 Slayer, and therefore 13k off of doing Monkey Madness 2 and getting stuck in. Also went absolutely insane on collecting points, up to 1800 points with a Black Demon task stored. So, yeah, not ideal. Okay. Let's go change our spellbook back to normal and then see if we can do these 2 hards. But yeah, not ideal at all. Keep these with us. We can do the old shuffle. But 15 hard clues, it could have been way worse. The rate in getting them, as I said, is 125 for jellies. We just need to go to the Fremennik Slayer dungeon for them, as obviously we can't go to the Catacombs for them. Now, I'm probably not going to be bursting them, honestly. Just because bursting them is quite a lot of runes. But obviously, I do want this as quick as possible. As you can see, I still have the Fire Giants task up the top. But as the rules as well of a forfeit, I have to do the task straight away. Like, stop everything and go and get this done. Get the punishment finished. So let's just see. If this is a good one off the rip, then great. Scorpio Dancers. Now, something tells me that I can't do that. Do you just have to pop in and pop out? Is that the gist of it? I'll do some random world hopping beforehand. Should we see what the other one is first? Guess there's one magic defense freezes, really. Technically, I can leave this here as well. I just need to get the thing. All right, boys, I'm going to need you to roll up. I'm going to need some protection going in. Let's get rid of 2 of these. Few of these. I'm going to do the Zora setup. Okay. Needed glory on as well. Just basically maximizing our chances of not dying. Obviously, just teleported here. Good morning, Blizz. I will show you in just 2 seconds. We are currently in the process of doing something very stupid. But I've got my NPC wieldy thing on. I will teleport out the second someone shows up, or world hop. As long as I don't get tagged by anything here. Thanks for that, Scorpio, mate. Right, that's that done. Log out quickly. Log back in. Don't know why I thought that got rid of poison. Go through. Come on now. Now's not the time to be misclicking, although I can't see the lever. That's just a snippet of the PK that's going to happen in the future where I end up doing something stupid. With Scorpio Dances, that wasn't too spooky to get. It just had to be done. We just need to make sure that we don't die of poison. Let's just go about like this. Obviously my food doesn't work anymore, so you just got to be careful of that. But if we go to the house and then out, we'll be fine. And we're good. Okay. Blizz, I ended up getting an ancient shard because I did not realize that the Giant's Den is part of the catacombs. So we rolled the wheel. And now we have to do 15 hard clues as a punishment. The first step of that clue was go in to the wilderness and get the Scorpio song. But now I have it, then I guess I don't have to worry. That's now done. Realistically, a tiny bit risky, but we've done it now. Right, so step one we can now do. We have 15 to get, so each and every one that we get is very important that we can try and maximize the clue steps. This could end up taking a little bit of time. Yeah, depending on what the wieldy step is, if it's deep wieldy again, maybe I won't do it. Yeah, Scorpio Dancers, there you go, cool. We can do that. Yeah, hards do have a lot of steps in the wilderness. It just kind of depends. It kind of depends on how deep into the wildy it goes or whatever. Like, that was kind of stupid to do. But I don't think I'll do any more. I just thought a song is pretty simple to do. To kill anything out there puts you in combat. To dip your head in and out, technically, I could have teleported out. Now, also, I could have been PK'd. But future steps, probably won't be doing in the wilderness. Alright, I need some water runes. $66 Griffin KC, the curse number. Wait, what am I doing? I need to go Edgeville. The brain is already frazzled. The heat is getting to me. How's everyone surviving at the moment? Make sure you have plenty of water nearby. Once we've hopefully completed these two, we'll go and have a test of how quick it is to actually get hard clues. They do drop from a bunch of different creatures. Just see if they drop from fire giants as well. Right. 2 steps down. No. That is as deep as you can possibly go in multi. It's just not going to happen, unfortunately. So on step 3 of that one, we failed. Unfortunate. The thing is, there is a level of self-preservation that kind of has to be adhered to. Because I could just go straight into the wildy, but the chances of dying go up exponentially. And I do quite like this account. I don't want it to die. Yeah, this is a detour that I really did not want to be taking, Pixar. This is not ideal. But that is the nature of it. I mean, this is the kind of thing where I personally would like to backlog this as something to do after the task, as a punishment. But obviously that's me wanting to do the easier route. That's embarrassing. I thought I could cross over there. I cannot. No, not allowed more ancient shards. Can't be doing that. Because it's the kind of thing where technically then that wouldn't have been a punishment for me to get that shard. That would actually be beneficial for me to then unlock access to the arc light, which is demon bane weaponry for then doing black demons, which obviously is my next task. Also, it just means then I could do any and all slay in the catacombs, which is not something that I'm going to be doing. So yeah, this is what I mean. It has to be a punishment still. More splinters during rumors? No. Only ever the 2. Let's have a look. So if I go on to bosses, Fortis Colosseum, after I did that initial Sunlight Antelope, I never touched them again. So we only ever got 2 splinters, and then we had to drop them as well. Same as the antler that we got with it. That's all gone. So that ancient shard is now gone also, and we are in the position we're in. So this is why it's kind of got to be a punishment, else I would technically accidentally go and do that a few more times if I could then use the item that I got. Like, there's nothing stopping me, obviously, other than being honest, which is what I'd like to think I am. But there's no reason that I couldn't go and do that thing, you know? But yeah, it keeps me accountable for not getting tempted, you know? And as I said, I'm not easily swayed, but a mistake like that, it just sucks. You know, it's one of those ones that I'm very unhappy that it happened, as you'll see when the video comes out in my reaction. But it is what it is. That's why we got the punishment wheel. It could have been worse. 10 elites would have been torture. Like, this isn't great, but this is... It could have been worse. I would have liked the easies, to be honest with you, because they're kind of a guaranteed. After doing, you know, 100 of them, you just pickpocket members, that's kind of nice. You also get a good number of clues that open at the end. This one just feels a little bit shysty. Elemental Workshop, we can do also. So yeah, this minigame basically turns into a minigame of can we complete that step. Sorry, Posty, I do not have time to deal with your shenanigans. I need my own help right now. What's the minimum amount of step? We're on the board. We are on the board. We have one. That's 14 to go. Okay, good. I was going to say, what's the minimum amount of number of steps that you can do to actually get the clue? Maybe it's 4. So we lucked out there. Let's make sure we shift that to use so we don't accidentally open it. Okay. That feels good. You can now sit there. Right, so we have to head over to the jellies now. We have a good way of getting over. We don't have Slayer rings yet, though. Which I'm pretty sure I can do now. Oh, Slayer rings are 75. I stand corrected. I can't do those yet, but I can teleport over. That's not a problem. As your boy is in possession of the best item in the game, the Enchanted Lyre. Now, do I burst these, or is it just... I guess I could just melee through them. They're not the healthiest creature in the world. The only downside is I'm also out of cannonballs, pretty much, because this Slayer task... It lined up almost perfectly, as I said. 1.6k left over. That was going to see us through to the finale of Monkey Madness 2. But alas. Nay. Give us a glory. Right, I don't know if a Ring of Wealth actually increases my chances of getting clues. I don't think it does. And obviously Elite Diaries and all that kind of thing, I haven't done any of the Achievement Diaries because most of them are locked behind one lap of an agility course, which I also can't do yet. But we're not going to be slacking here. We're going to be taking super strengths, which I have a couple of now. We're going to be taking super attacks. I guess I'll take Alks as well. I don't know if they drop anything, but we can now pick up 2 clues before we have to go back. Okay, yeah, I did think that might be the case. Right. Let's see if luck is on our side. 123 jellies. I mean, it'd be great if we had a Slayer task for them. Then that would push us over the edge. But yeah. The account is almost 2,000 total level as well. We have been making some major progress. Slayer Cave is down here, not up there. I think Jagex saw that I was soaring too high. After the shenanigans with the Champion Scrolls, he said, you know what, Oat? You need to wind your neck in, son. And it's firmly been wound in. So, thanks for that. are my jellies at? Deep. Fortunately, your boy has a lot of agility levels, so we can get through all of these shortcuts. I'm going to do a little bit of mealing on them first. And if it looks like... Oh my goodness, did not mean to do that. There go all of my stats. I am in trouble. It's one of those days, is it? Okay. Fuck's sake. Who even is this guy? Right, well that was fantastic. Hopefully I've got a restore. I do. Feels very wasteful to chug a restore. Slayer is passive, yes. Fortunately for me. The unfortunate thing was the Ancient Shard. There we go. It doesn't even restore my stats. I need to go to... Where do I need to go to? Ferox Enclave, and then go in and out of the Clan Wars portal thing. Yeah, Slayer page is passive. We've been ticking it off slowly as we go, which has been very helpful. Collection logs are starting to stack up again, mainly in the form of boots. We're missing the steel boots, but we now have a chance of getting some other ones at the jellies. Just got to make sure I have that teleport on me. I'm going to bring just a little bit of food. After that jump scare there. Right. Take 2 on the simple task of running to some jellies. Can he do it? I hope so. I'm telling you, it's the Scottish heritage. The second it gets too warm, the brain stops working completely. Whoa. All right, hands off the keyboard. Nice. I'm proud of myself there. Right, jellies. We have made it. So it's not multi-combat down here anyway, so it would have been bad if I did bring a cannon, because that would have just wasted running energy. Oh, an emerald. Craft an XP. Do an extreme log as well. Behind you, the Slayer page. Yes. So, Tedious is the OG, right? So he's one of the founders. I think it's him and Zaid. I don't know who did it first. But there's a couple of others that are sort of the OGs. Tedious is one of them. His rule set was that I think Miscellaneous and Slayer are their own log. I wanted to have fun. So I decided not to do that on the basis that I think it's quite a difficult thing to navigate. And it could subtract from some of the fun that I end up having. And at the end of the day, if I'm going to do something as long and ridiculous as an account like this, I kind of have to be enjoying myself at the same time. So yeah, Slayer is completely passive for me. The way that I have done it is I haven't touched Slayer until the grind actually required me to go and get Slayer. So right now we're on Gloth's Experiments. So I had to get 69 Slayer to go and then take on the Demonic Gorillas. And that's sort of where we're at now. And then this little mishap came into play. But yeah, I mean, entirely up to you how you want to do it. I would recommend doing it as passive. Just because it means you can actually train Slayer quite easily. And then if you know about Catacombs of Kourend, you don't have to do punishments. Right, so we need to kind of see how many jellies we get an hour. Because they're not particularly slow to kill. I'm just going to see. I'm pretty sure you can get a cannon down here, no? No, you cannot. Okay. Because that would have sped this up a little bit more. Just allowed them to aggro into us. But it's fine. See, I've seen the people that farm the jellies down in the catacombs with a Venator bow and the full Missouri get-up. And that seems quite fast. This is not going to be that. This is budget version. Now, I have a question. Would it have been a cop-out for me to say Skitizo is a passive log? And then be like, oh, that's okay, Skitizo's a passive log, I have an Ancient Shard. Yeah, Pixar, it's not looking great, mate. Whilst I'm killing these, though, let's do a little bit of a research into if there's any better way of getting hard clues. Because this is just the first one I saw of a easy mob to kill with kind of, well, low health, easy to hit. Hespori is a passive log for me, yes. So it kind of depends on how you look at it, right? It's one of those ones where Hespori, you're technically completely time gated to it. So that is, you have to wait for the plant to grow, and in the downtime you kind of do whatever you want. with Skatizo, you can actively farm totem pieces. Obviously, it's kind of like farming giant keys for, whatchamacallit, Firefighter and Obol. It's a pain in the ass, but you can do it. Hey Grizzman, how you doing? No problem. You missed me rolling the wheel, the punishment wheel, and we landed on 15 hard clues. So it could have been worse with the elites. We almost hit 10 elites, which would have been the worst of the worst, due to their completion rate being so astronomically low. The acquisition of hard clues is where we are now sort of testing the waters with these first few jellies just to see, well, how many clues per hour we get, really. Right. Let's keep looking at a good way to get hard clues while we do this. Yeah, exactly. If I could do Skatizo to then get hard clues, we would be in a good position. Because I could also then farm the jellies down in the multi-combat area. Now, what is the drop rate of a hard clue on Hellhounds? Because they do have a Smouldering Stone. And that is no bueno. Nature Imps kind of sounds like hell. Going into Poro Poro and hopping for Nature Imps does not sound particularly fun. I won't lie to you. Okay. Now, what Slayer monster that isn't Hellhounds, because it does have a drop that I can't obtain, has a superior variant or has a high chance of dropping hard clues? Because I have 1,800 Slayer points saved up, and they were saved up pretty much exclusively for Black Demon task skipping. The problem is then I'd have to roll that punishment wheel again. And then if I landed on even more clues, it kind of defeats the purpose. It's a never-ending cycle at that point. Now, I don't know what those ruins are. Stranger things have happened, Grizz. A 1 in 32k is still a possibility. As I said, anything that I've ever got by mistake, which is only 2 things so far, that is the Sunfire Splinters and this, I didn't know that there was a possibility for me to get a collection log. I didn't risk it on purpose, you know what I mean? I didn't go, oh, let me just quickly risk this and see, just because it's a low chance. It's more a case of, because I didn't know it was there, is the reason I'm in the situation I'm in now. If I knew it was there, I wouldn't be in there. I just have to go somewhere else. So we may have to do alternative methods. Ninja Implings seem to have a 1 in 125 chance. 1 in 25 chance. So that might not be terrible, but then there's 4 spawning and hopping for Ninja Implings. That means on average we'd have to open 250 Ninja Implings. And that's not going to happen. %35% Earth weakness, okay. Okay, so that's 40 jellies killed, and it's not been that long, right? We'll look at the time when it hits half part, like 30 minutes on the timer down here, and then we'll see how many we get past that point. Afternoon, Cass. Well, technically yes. However, in the pursuit of the Slayer level that I was going for, I ended up pulling an Ancient Shard. So I'm now doing the punishment of 15 hard clues that we have to gather. So, yes. Whilst doing Slayer levels, I'm now having to take a rather big detour to acquire 15 hard clues. Which I'd rather not be doing right now. We were in pursuit of 69 Slayer for Monkey Madness 2. That's on the back burner now. All the uncut Onyx page is easy. Yeah, well, I'm trying to figure out if there's like a slightly quicker way to get these clues. Obviously, Skatizo is fantastic, as every time. Any superior Slayer creature has a good chance of dropping them. Is there anything farmable, though? Oh, if they drop Frozen Tears, then definitely not. No, can't do those. Because that is on the Amoxylatal list. But obviously what I'll do is I'll get two clue scrolls at a time before we go off and try and do one. The problem is, as I said, the doable steps. Because that could be a little bit of an issue. Now there is a world in which, let's say this is taking a horrific amount of time, that we hit a certain number of hard clues, and then we figure out a good weighting, a good fair trade for perhaps mediums or easies. If you say every one hard clue is worth X amount of easies or mediums, then maybe we can do a trade. Listen to me trying to weasel my way out of it. That's a possibility. But I spun the wheel, and the wheel is the king. So I don't want to upset the wheel because it's just started being kind to me with its rolls. So if I upset it now, I guarantee you the next one after the Demonics is sending me to the wilderness. What would it be averaging sort of 8 to 10 hours a day? If this was like exclusively what I was doing, how would that look? Because obviously it's drop rate dependent. Ten hours, 14 hard clues. Yeah, to be honest, like it's one of those things that on an account like this, the nature of what I do is already ridiculously extreme hours of the grind. Like, look at Scurrius, look at Temporos, look at Champion Scrolls. So realistically, that's not that much time for me. It sucks because I would rather be doing Slayer and getting on with the wheel spin. But that's kind of just what it is. Look, don't forget, we have one on the board already. And then on top of that, there is a slim chance that off stream, I might be doing a couple of the wilderness steps if they're not too dangerous. So there's that possibility as well. It kind of depends. Like, I'm so close to 2k total level, but I don't want to die before I hit that. So I probably won't. Unless it's something that I can bring, like, guaranteed protection, and then Grizz can kill me when I ask him to come help me. Fantastic question, Ocho. Basically, in our pursuit for 69 Slayer, I ended up getting an Ancient Shard, which is on the Skatizo drop list. I do not have the rule set in which I go ahead and follow that next thing. But that's not going to be my next log. Instead, I roll a clue collection punishment wheel that has 5 to 10 elites, 15 to 30 hards, 50 to 100 mediums, and then 100 to 150 easies on it. And now I have to go and do that as the punishment. We rolled 15 hards, which is not great. I would have much rather had 150 easies because you can just smash those out. And I can't fail them. That's the key part. I cannot fail a single easy. And I can only fail 1, maybe 2 mediums. So every clue that we got as a scroll is kind of a guaranteed success. Hards, less so, because there's a lot of wilderness steps when it comes to doing the hards that I have to pretty much drop. I mean, I did just run to Scorpio, so I don't know. As I said, the heat frazzles my brain a bit. But yeah. We now have to get some hard clues, and jellies are the safest and best way for me to do that. Just trying to see if fire giants have them on there, because I do have a fire giant task at the moment. Should probably pick up everything to try and actually make this somewhat feel worth it. Exactly, Pixar. I mean, Grizz is waiting for that moment to assassinate me. Can't see fire giants on here. See, in my head they would be on here, but maybe not. We only just rolled it at the start of the stream, and I fortunately had 2 hard clue scroll boxes saved up. Couldn't do one of them, managed to do the other. So we are 1 out of 15 at the moment. Yeah, so early doors into the punishment. And as I said, we were so close to actually getting on with our demonic gorillas task. And now, here we are. Sidetracked for being an idiot. If you mean in total, or do you just mean for this punishment as well? So once we start seeing a few of the clues drop, it will feel better. Yeah, just the punishment, 1 out of 15. In fact, let's see if I can do this. How's that? Have I done a streamer thing? Is that now... Is this a mum get the camera moment? Now, showing up for me. Can you guys see that at the top? I think you should be able to. Ooh, a Chaos Talisman. Why not? What if I make it a bit smaller? That'd be fun. $190 swords. Is that for 99 smithing grizz? The end is in sight, my man. Now, I'm hoping I can kill, at least get 1, maybe 2 of these clues before I have to go back. But next time I'll come back with a carol set on and just food, I reckon. I don't really want to be burning through prayer belts on something like this. If I can avoid it. Is there a better weapon that I could be killing them with? Maybe a dragon sim instead? It's less ticks. The only other burstable ones are down in the catacombs or also out in the wilderness, which is not going to happen. Look at this, we're passively getting some crafting XP as well, that's good. But we have, in terms of crafting as well, since I went on a depression sandstone mining spree, after I pulled that ancient shard, I was kind of in limbo waiting for today so I could spin that punishment wheel. And I thought, what should I do in the meantime? So I went and mined 18,000 sand. So now once that's all turned into molten glass, I can then blow that into lanterns, I reckon. Even though the unpowered orbs would technically have future use, I'm probably not going to go charge that many orbs. That's fair. And the zombie axe just looks cooler as well. Let's be honest. They're not dropping anything particularly exciting. A couple of steel items. If we're lucky, we might pull a pair of mithril boots. At the same rate as a hard clue. So there will definitely be at least one collection of this stream. Guaranteed. Okay, so approaching the 30-minute mark, we were on 40. We are now on 100, so 60 in 20 minutes. Not too bad. So if we can get 180 in an hour. Hello, my friend. Are you here for jellies too? Okay. Bye. Never mind. Thought I made a friend. Give me a clue. I wonder if it's worth Aram's robes blasting with earth spells. Only on the basis that, in terms of melee, I am, you know, well over max melee combat stats now, but I don't have 99 magic yet. So it would be kind of beneficial. Obviously, the cost of runes, it might start stacking up, let's be honest. But it kind of feels like it's then worthwhile training. I've got an Aram staff. Which has a little bit of magic bonus on it. I don't think I'll hit quite as hard as I do regularly with this, but I've got a ton of death runes and a ton of chaos runes that I could use up. I wouldn't be using bloods on these, but Barrows has sorted this out quite nicely. Remember to hydrate. Oh, actually rolling today. No. So herein lies the problem. I was on a task, which I rolled. This is now a detour that I have to do as the punishment. So technically I am on an active task at the moment. This is just a detour that I have to now take. So only once I've finished my demonic gorillas, then I can roll again. Yeah, I guess we just stick with the old ethos of bonk it on the head, hope for the best. I mean, how hard do these things hit without prayer on? Just need to check they're not poisonous, hang on. No, they're not. Max it at 5. Yes, so good question. Now initially And this is going to be, I mean, what else am I doing? I'm killing jelly, so I might as well yap to you in a bit more detail here. Initially, on the collection log, Zenites were not an option for me to get. Until I, sorry, not Zenites, what do you call them? Onyxes were not going to be an option for me to obtain until I'd rolled a log that had one on it. Now, there is a way to get it without getting it actively on the collection log, and that is to buy it with runes, right? It doesn't show up on the collection log and then it's fine. And I initially wasn't going to do that. The trade-off is I'm going to allow myself to do that if I go and get all 4 Zenites before I leave Demonic Gorillas. Only if I go and get all 4 am I then going to be able to buy Onyxes and turn them into the actual finished Zenite shards. Ooh, there's the one collection log that I guaranteed this stream. Some mithril boots. Isn't that lovely? And they were just under drop rate. See, even when we fail upwards. Because don't forget, right, now this is a massive pain in the arse to go and get these 15 hard clues. But hard clues have a lot of potential. There's some good stuff in those. But, you know, good pair of defensive boots right there. So, yeah, sorry, as I was yapping, yes, I'm going to get all 4 Zenites when we're down there, on the basis that I want to turn it into jewelry. If I bail out and do not have 4 Zenites and I say, you know what, I'm done with this log, I'm going to move on, I'm not allowed to make them into jewelry until I roll something that has a onyx on the collection log, or I actually go and finish that 4th Zenite. So realistically, once I'm there, I'm going to be there for all 4 and just really hope that I get spooned the ballista pieces, or I go on rate for the ballista pieces and then go on rate for the Zenites during it, because then I should hit 4 by the time I get the heavy ballista. So yeah. All 4 are going to be obtained in one go on the basis that I want all of that Zenite jewelry. Because right now I have no ring. The only rings that I have access to is a Ring of Wealth or a Ring of Life. Maybe a Ring of Recall as well. But if I have all 4 Zenites, I instantly get a Ring of Suffering. And I have probably 2,000 Sapphire rings that I can pump into it. Bob, no clues as of yet. But this next jelly puts us on rate for the hard clue. Do the quest variants drop loot? Do they have a chance of dropping the uniques? Well, that one's kind of a paradox though, right? Because you can't get access to those unless you do it. So technically they would never be doable ever then, right? If I don't do the quest. So I guess technically it would have to be one of those rules that gets overlooked. Because even if I had them on the wheel and then rolled it, yeah. Even if I had them on the wheel and rolled it, I'd still have to kill the other 2, which has a chance of dropping stuff. Yeah, I think that would probably be it. If I got an item, as gutting as it would be, I would end up dropping it. Well, I wouldn't drop it, I'd death coffer it, I reckon. Just so it's, you know, not burnt on the ground, but... Obviously, I'm never going to die, so it doesn't matter. Put them all as one, do the quest. If you get a drop, do that boss. If not, roll between the 4. I mean, I could do that. When we do the next rendition of ads on the wheel, because we still have 40-something logs on there at the moment that we need to thin down before we add more on. Hopefully Marks of Grace is one of those. Then, yeah, we'll have a look at adding those on as well. There is no harm, no foul. Like KBD and stuff, I don't think that's on there yet. That needs to go on, etc. Afternoon, Natru. How you doing, my man? Oh, if Death Coffer does work with instance payments, then that would be ideal. Because at some point, God Wars still isn't on there. And if God Wars goes on there, then we're going to need all of the private instances that we can get our grubby little hands on. In that case, yes. I would put them in the Death Coffer so that it works towards the instances. Okay, we're at 146 jellies at the moment, and we have not seen a hard clue yet. Starting to get a bit shaky now. Not really, but... give us one. Or give us one every 200, just make sure that all steps are doable, you know? I need to look at the hard steps now and just see how many of them are actually wilderness. Okay. So. Quite a few of them. I have all of the stats apart from sailing. One of the steps requires 61 sailing. Outside of that, all of the skill level requirements we do have. So that's good news. Oh, no, tell a lie. We don't have rune boots. Never mind. Everything else we do have, so that's good. Now, there could be a couple of quests that we haven't done as well, but there'll be small quests, which then means that we get closer to the goal of 250 quest points. As with 250 quest points, we get one extra block. And blocks are good. Yes, it does. That one was the one in the deep wilderness volcano, though. That was no bueno. Right there with you, Blizz. Right there with you. Actually, the Quetzin was spooned. That's one pet that I have been spooned. Everything else, not so much. IRL forfeits. Okay. Okay, interesting. Now, the only thing with an IRL forfeit is it doesn't fit in the format of my videos. You know? Whereas this has a place in the video outside of the stream. Because obviously the mistake happened and now this is the aftermath. We have to go and grind it out. Whereas if I just randomly pop up in a video eating a weird jelly bean, I think that kind of breaks the immersion. Look, silver lining is we're making 10k. Which is exciting. Impossible wrist. I have to have my oats. Pretty sure that's in the rules of being Scottish. You have to have one bowl of oats a day. If you don't, you lose your powers. And those powers are burning in the sun. That's all we have. Nothing else. So I guess by that token, all gingers are Scottish. To some degree. True, true. If you really concentrate hard and you squeeze, you can grow your stash. I think that's because I was sitting quite far away there. I was getting too comfortable. Is that a little bit better now for sound? It's because behind me I have my aircon blasting. And if I have it turned too high, I think it picks up quite drastically. How's that for you? Give someone a jump scare that already has me allowed enough volume. Ooh, a rune full helm. Okay. That's more money. Is that worth a high alch? 600 gold? Is that what we've come to? How much is a nature rune worth? It's worth 121. So technically, that's money. It's not quite an oyster, but it will do. Come on, we need to see a hard clue before 200. Now is not the time for average oat luck. We're currently repping the Book of Law, a war even, for a little bit of extra strength juice. Afternoon, Dracon, mate. How you doing? Hope you're having a good start to the week, my friend. God, you really do love that Zammy book, don't you, Chris? But it doesn't go with the colour scheme. Look, the gloves match the trim on the book. Matches the glory. If anything, this proselytes the wrong colour. Nothing wrong with that, Drac. Enjoying the snooze, my boy. Recharge. I think I'm only missing one page now from the collective shared treasure trails. Yeah, the Guthix page. Afternoon, Glacies. How you doing? So there's a little bit of a slip up. A minor error in geography of Gielinor. I didn't realise the Giant's Den was part of the Catacombs of Corrend. And during my grind for 69 Slayer, which we're only 13k off, by the way, so close to Monkey Madness 2, I was killing fire giants in the Giant's Den, and I got an Ancient Shard, which is on the Skatizo drop list, and therefore I now had to roll the punishment wheel, and I ended up rolling 15 hard clues that we had to obtain. It was nearly 10 elites, but instead it was 15 hards. And 15 hards is still not great, but 10 elites would have been worse. 10 elites might have actually been easier to obtain if we did Shades of Morton at 1 in 25. The only thing there is the completion rate is even less than the hard clues. So not great. But we have one casket in the bank now. We just need to actually see them drop from the jellies. And if they start dropping from the jellies, we get this ball rolling. You hear that, jellies? Uh, 15 hards, dang, 15. God, 100 would have been account ending. Without having access to the catacombs, 100 hard clues would have just put me in the ground. No risk. You can't agree with Grizz here, because then... I mean, he has told me every time to bring the other book. It's just force of habit, you know? Strength bonus means more damage, right? +2. See, I agree with you on that, Blizz, but at the same time, only because I know cans and the fact he's on +900 now, Skatizo, anything less than that seems fine. Yeah, I mean, if I was hunting, if I was actually actively hunting totem pieces, I would end up making another 200,000 cannonballs. And I'd just go down and passively sit there and just cannon stuff. As I do not have a Venator bow or anything. So I'd probably end up cannoning jellies or something. And the amount of hard clues I'd get from doing that would be quite a lot over the duration. Well, now wrist. I know for a fact that you can cannon in the Giant's Den, and apparently that's part of the catacombs, which is bullshit, by the way. Because that's what I did. I set the cannon down there, and then, I mean, maybe I just end up farming them there. Just killing giants forever. But that's why I went down there. I went down there with a cannon just to make sure, you know? Make sure I sped the task up. When I tell you I had whimsy and glee in my eyes going for that 69 Slayer, I was full of it. Okay, 194 jellies killed, no hard clue yet. But it's the kind of thing that it does balance itself out over time. True, bursting is quick. It's just how many runes you end up going through, right? Because I'm sure at some point we're going to hit a... we're going to hit a point in the account where we can look back at the grinds that we've done previously, and we can say, I'm actually going to go ahead and do some old content to farm supplies. So Sepulchre, for instance, is really good for Ranar seeds, prayer potions, a fair amount of runes as well. Barrows is obviously good for runes, even better once you've gone ahead and done your Mauritania diaries. Scarius is meh, unless you're doing the Slayer thing. What else is there? Obviously, Temporals is infinite food. Although with sailing, some of the food you get from there is better. Another pair of boots, okay. See, if those were clues, we'd be ahead of drop rate. I mean, that would be ideal. If you could just kill him on task as a black demon, then that would be fantastic. But at the same time, I don't mind the sort of slightly gated content. Not a clue yet, no. Plenty of other stuff, but no clues. Actually, I need to look at what the drop rate of the rune helm is. Same 1 in 128. I can only stack 2. As in terms, I've only completed 3 hards on this account so far. with one collection log. So technically, it's a very good log to have because there's a high chance of getting more clogs. And then I'm also pretty sure that you can get some, you know, decent stuff from there. What have we got? You have potential for third age on hards. Now, I'm not saying I'm going to hit third age, but... yeah, I mean, Blessed D-Hide still has a use to me. The shields as well would be kind of good. They're very rare to get, but, you know, in a pinch, they'd be quite nice. Yeah, if only I could just pull third age cloaks, you know? Easier said than done, Rest, eh? Afternoon, GZ. So, in our pursuit for 69 Slayer, I stumbled into the Giant's Den. I did not realize the Giant's Den is part of the Catacombs of Kourend. So while I was killing fire giants for a Slayer task, I ended up pulling an Ancient Shard, which means I had to spin the punishment wheel, and we rolled 15 hard clues as our punishment. So we are now in the process of obtaining 15 hard clue caskets before we can move on back to our grind, which is the Gloff's experiments. And this is kind of quite a big detour that I did not want to be taking. But it does mean at the end of the Zenite grind, we then also will have 15 hard clues to crack open. So maybe more clogs, pushes slightly closer to that 500 mark. Ancient Shard is unfortunately in the Skatizo log, and the really annoying thing about that is, in the Giant's Den, the Giants can drop either the Ancient Shard or any 3 of the totem pieces. If it had landed on a totem piece, it would have given me then a free, I say a free pass. Because it's on the miscellaneous, I wouldn't have had to do the punishment. I just would have scared me and I would have got out of there and never gone back. But we learnt the hard way. So really, I should have done more research, but because I've never seen anything drop from there ever, I just didn't know it was part of the Catacombs. So we dropped the offending item, the shard is now gone, lost to the seas, and we're doing our punishment with a smile on my face. But once this is done, we're in such a good position to get cracking with the Black Demons. So it's not the end of the world. I did a ton of prep beforehand, so I've been doing task skipping, gathering points, task storage unlocked, all that good stuff. Yeah, we were in a really good position to get cracking. So today's stream would have been demonic gorilla slaying. But that's where we're at. True, but this is the thing, I haven't gone into the Catacombs once. Because I didn't know, because the Ancient Shards are on the Skatizo drop table, I've been completely avoiding the Catacombs entirely. So the only reason I got it is because I didn't realise Giant's Den was part of the Catacombs. Because else I'll stay out of that area if I know that I could get another drop, you know. And then once I roll Skatizo, I can then go into there and farm them. But until then, I technically can't. So it's unfortunate. But hey-ho. What is currently more unfortunate is the fact that we are 222 jellies and no Harkloo. This is where I find out that you have to have done one of the Fremenic achievement diaries to get it or something. That's not a bad idea, Blizz, to be honest. Yeah, if you could make it so that you could do a harder version, well, not a harder version, but a much lower drop rate version and just spam farm, then I think that'd be fair. I don't think anyone would be too upset about that. So technically, no, they are not better. However, Hellhounds have a chance of dropping a Smouldering Stone, and although it is a 1 in 32,000, because I know about it, and I know there is actively a Smouldering Stone on that list, I cannot go and kill them. Because that's part of the Cerberus log. Because then it's like, oh, what then becomes a worthwhile risk to take? And then it kind of becomes a bit more gambly than I'd like it to be, you know? Because realistically, I could farm probably 15k of them. And I just wouldn't end up getting a Smouldering Stone, but there is a chance. And then I'd have to roll the punishment wheel again, which means I then would have both 15 hard clues to get and then potentially 10 elites or something. I mean, Hellhounds are safe spottable, and you can set up a cannon, but I think you have to be on the Slayer task for them. If you do it in the Gnome Slayer dungeon. Lots of gems coming out of these jellies. Yeah, exactly. As well, one of the Group Iron Men members pulled a Smouldering Stone at, yeah, sub 500k or something. So technically, it can happen, and I would rather it not happen to me. Vec. I went into the Giant's Den. Where is it? And I didn't know that that was part of the Catacombs. And because I didn't know it was part of the Catacombs, I didn't realise that I was then eligible for Ancient Shard and Totem Piece drops. Because every time I've entered the Giant's Den ever has been through the beach. But no. Apparently it's part of the same thing. You can get the drop table from the Catacombs in there. So now we're doing the 15 hard clue punishment that we rolled. And it's taken a bit of time. Fortunately, we had 2 clues in the bank from something. But yeah. Dank, do you know how to do commands on the old tube? So yeah, we got a little bit of a grind ahead of us, looking for these hard clues. I would have much rather have got the 150 easies, because you can just get that pickpocketing hand members and stack up like 4 at a time in my inventory, and I could do every single one of them. Okay, fair. Yeah, I've got no clue. Yeah, I'll have a little look. I don't have a clue how to do any of that stuff, so... I mean, I could type a little paragraph on the screen, but it would just look janky as hell. Almost as janky as doing 240 jellies with no hard glue. Just saying. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I mean, this is the thing. As it is still technically a net positive for the account doing the clues. I just rather would not be doing it right now. But then it wouldn't be much of a punishment if I didn't have to do it, you know? Yeah, Riz, this is peak content. Look at this. See that jelly? Oh, 34. But yeah, it does. It keeps me honest, you know? And I'm looking forward to opening 15 hard clues. So no matter how painful this first bit is, 15 hard clues will be very nice to open. Because that is the first bracket in which you might see third age. I don't know if it's like a 1 in 200,000 or something, but just knowing there's an option there for it, kind of exciting. Just making sure there's not yeah, any messages saying you feel like you would have got a hard clue. Getting skamazed here. How much is one of these worth? That's money. It should be high arc and those shields, you know. Would that be rage bait? Pulling in some third age on a forfeit clue? Maybe. But the question is, what is the best piece of third age to have? And now outside of the, obviously, the value of a pickaxe and axe, which you can't get from hard clues anyway. But like, what is peak third age pieces to obtain? The plate looks kind of good, no? Oh, the robe top, okay. Yeah, that does look kind of nice. Yeah, aside from the minor setback, it is all good, Ryan. It's a bit too hot for me. I'm not enjoying the heat that much. Quizmaster. Alright. Let's do it. We're going to get ourselves a stale baguette. Okay, hold on 2 seconds, bud. Wowie, we're ready. 4 questions, guys. What happens if you get everyone wrong? I guess he just kicks you out in disgust, right? We will take a mystery box, please. 1,000 gold would have been good. You know. In this box right here is our last missing miscellaneous collection log. I reckon it's going to be a cabbage, actually. Let's make sure we haven't got any boosters on. Yeah. I'll take a cabbage. Oh, 20 natures. That could have been worse. Now I can high out even less valuable stuff. Amazing. Thanks, Jagex. I believe you can, but as is evident of me doing this now, do not believe everything I say, as I'm sometimes wrong. But I think you can get a stale baguette from there. Okay, yeah, you can get one from there, so it's always worth doing just in case. Bobby, mate, that could have been the stale baguette in those boxes. You could have had it, just sitting there waiting to be picked up. Yeah, it's unlikely you'll see one, but to win, you sometimes have to throw your hat. Your hat? Throw your name into the hat, that's the one. Okay, 260 jellies. No hard clue. I think what's going to be minorly depressing is getting a back-to-back dropper. So as long as we're all mentally prepared for that, then we're going to be fine. We'll make it through this together. If we're not mentally prepared for a back-to-back dropper, well, I'm in the wrong profession, and you are watching the wrong person. But I would rather drop it on the first step and know than be on the 6th step, you know? But before we even talk about dropping clues, let's get a clue drop. Step 1, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Step 1, give us a clue. It does look like we're going to run out of prayer before we actually get one, so we're going to have to restock and come back. I'll bring a gem bag for the next batch. Kind of know what to expect now. We have a fresh pair of mithril boots. That was our guaranteed 1 clog for the day. Because now, in terms of different bootage, we are only missing steel, addy, and rune. But rune only comes in at 80 Slayer, I believe. And then the other ones, I could technically go get them, but I'm not in a rush. As I said, I'm kind of playing Slayer as I've only really touched it as and when a grind has required me to. And now that a grind has required me to, we're going in. pulling out all the stops. Oh yeah, Dragon Boots, of course. Fantastic pair of boots right there. Oh yeah, the harpoon's on that too. I forgot. Yeah, Dragon Boots are a weird one. I'm pretty sure that someone on the group iron like pulled 4 or 5, so we just had an abundance of them. They just went on a streak. We'll use up these 2 sharks as well, and then we'll have to teleport out, come back with another invent of stuff. I'll change my book because I have been told that it is better. FRD, my man. I was nearly joining you if I was following different rule sets. However, I didn't know that the Giant's Den was part of the Catacombs of Kourend. So when I was down there killing fire giants, that little bugger dropped. And I am now doing my punishment as a result, which was a wheel spin, and I landed on 15 hard clues to do. So we've got a clue counter at the top. We've got 1 casket out of the 15 needed so far. And this is our best way of getting caskets, which is killing jellies. Yeah, exactly, Cans. Like, I could have been joining you down there. But, yeah. Alas. We have 15 hard clues to do instead. Proving to be a little bit harder to get a hard clue than I thought, because after 275 jellies, we've not seen 1. And we should have seen 2. Only thing you've been spooned on is the turtle pet. That looks sick though. That's a very nice pet to have. He's up there. Yeah, true. Technically, what's happening is the RNG is just storing up. So what will happen is once we do get our first 2 clues that we're probably gonna have to drop. That's fine. The RNG will be stored up so much that when we come back, the first 10 we kill, there'll be 1 clue in it. And I don't make the rules. But I am seeing how I do not really need to bring any prayer pots if I just swap back to actual tank gear. Then I can just food tank these. I shouldn't be wasting prayer on them. I'm going to need that later. When it says that they attack with magical melee, does that mean I want to be bringing Carol's gear or I want to be wearing Torags? It still says melee, but it's magic melee. So, what do they want from me? Dehyde, okay, okay. I mean, if Carol's is just a better version of, right? Because I'm not looking for the, I just want the defensive stats. Appreciate that, Rot, thank you. Now, technically, you can't get a pickaxe from the... I say technically, you can't get a pickaxe from a hard clue, though. Another pair of mithril boots. See, we're on rate for the myth boots, but if these were clues, we'd be fine. Right, we'll round up to 300 KC, and then we're dipping for supplies. We'll re-gear in some better garms, and then we'll change the book out, and we'll guarantee ourselves some clue scrolls. One of those Jagex quirks. Free melee against it, even though it's magic damage, but then wear magic defensive gear. You know James Asai? Who are you, Rot? I haven't in a long time, to be fair. They've been playing a lot of Tarkov. I did see them come on fairly recently. But yeah, they stopped playing OSRS for quite a while. I think after we started doing the group iron stuff, and I low-key bailed to start this account. I think fair enough, you know. They wanted to be raiding and stuff, but I was focusing on other shenanigans. But yeah, I haven't spoken to the boys in ages. Come on, Harclue, give me one. See, Blizz, the end game for this account, though, once we've been doing this for, I don't know how many more years, but once we're doing this for a bit more time, this will eventually become a clue collection account, where we just have to grind out thousands of elites and stuff. Ah, okay, right, fair enough, man. Yeah, understandable. I mean, OSRS is a time sink, but it is a fantastic one. So IRL always takes priority. Do you not find it fun, the journey from a fresh level 3 to maxing, or is it just sort of you remember how tedious certain things were, and then you just want to stop instantly? Like doing the agility grind or something. If you've already done it once to 99, I guess you technically don't want to do that again. Alright, 2 more kills, then we have to back for supplies. Understandable. I mean, you know, if you're a veteran of the game and you've done a lot of stuff, then fair play to you. It's all still, you know, if you play it in a new style, like an Extreme Log account, I guess that would be something. Right, no hard clue in 300 KC. Disgusting. We'll drop this off at the bank, reshuffle this inventory into something a bit more suitable. Get out of here, you. Right, these need to go in here. We'll keep those just because we end up using them. Change the book to the unholy book. Even though we lose that, we gain some accuracy bonus. But I've been told that's what I have to do, so I'm going to do it. But I will also now bring this. That. Oops, 2 of these need to go. Right, there we go. And then what was the code for the cave? AJR. True, I could get masters, and then that would solve the limitation. Although masters have even worse steps for me to try and complete. That's understandable. What have you moved on to in terms of games then? Or are you still just casually chipping away at OS? Right, first one back. Now that we've changed the book and we're doing tanking instead. Here comes a clue. Although I don't like the fact that he's already hit me for 7. That's not ideal. $4,000 hours of Daisy. That's, yeah. Daisy looks quite intense. I mean, it's similar to Tarkov, right? Those realistic survival type games. No, we're going to try food tank it just because, I mean, I have a lot of prayer pots, but in hindsight, I'm technically going to end up using, well, a ton of prayer pots at Demonic Gorillas. So it's probably best to save those. And I can make more, but for now, I want to save up as many as possible, so when we actually, finally after this little detour, get stuck in, then I'll be able to just grind out demonic gorillas back to back to back. We won't have to leave for any other silly shenanigans. Ryan, technically, no. However, yes. I'm also in the rule set. I'm not allowing myself to use any item I get as that was a mistake. Else, technically, I would go and make. I say would. I could go and make more mistakes and then end up using those items, right? So, like, ancient shards means then I could technically go and farm a arc light, which then could turn into an ember light if I get tormented demon, stuff like that. Just so it keeps me honest. It keeps me like completely inflexible on that. I can't go then and start doing other stuff. So yeah, it's going to be unable to do anything down there. As I said, once again, kind of just tragic that it ended the way it did. I could have got I said ended the way it did. Ended up pulling an ancient shard instead of the totem pieces. Because we could have been in a much better position. I mean, I low-key also blame Dank here. I don't blame him at all. But it's because I was sitting on disc with him and as I said, gleefully pressing forward towards that last little bit. It would have been the final task to push us to 69 Slayer. And then that happened. If I start running low on food, I'll lazy flick as well. Might as well. There's no jelly champion scroll, unfortunately. Is there not some secret complaint tech where I just say, oh, I never get anything, these clues don't exist, and then it drops, right? God, this sucks. No hard clues. Boo. Trash game. I mean, yeah, it's a bit of a weird one. Technically, because the ancient shard was the only thing on the log down there, then theoretically I could go down there now and kill them, because then the only other log slots would be the ancient totem pieces. I don't know, I just don't feel right about it. I think, yeah, because I don't want it to be a benefit. This is like a pure mistake. First test where he got the Vex. Try one. Yeah, sometimes it just happens like that, you know? I mean, my older brother is... I think he still plays. I think he's still on it, but massive into his World of Warcraft. And since Warlords of Draenor came out, he was hunting the exclusive transmog that was the Gromash Hellscream shoulder piece. You know, the one with a really sick skull and horn on it. and he'd been running it since Warlords of Draenor all the way through multiple expansions and just never got it. I'm talking hundreds and hundreds of raids on multiple characters so he could reset it and keep going. I offered him to come on a raid. I said, you know, I'm just doing Warlords of Draenor as like an older but legacy raid for, I can't remember, it was for some piece of transmog. I can't remember what it was. But on that night he turned it down. He said, nah, actually I'm busy, not going to come along. And lo and behold, the shoulders dropped. So I didn't tell him. Just the next raid that we went to, I dressed up as a Magcar Orc with that transmog shoulder on and the full set. And I just stood next to him until he clocked what happened. And he was mortified. Bless him. But I'd do it again. Look, to be fair, I did offer him to come along. And that's the only reason that it was as funny as it was. Yeah, exactly. I transmog maxed him for a piece of gear that he was going for literal years. And then I think pretty soon after that, they also released it as a universal transmog that you could just get. So I think he you know, he was butthurt for a little bit, but he was fine. Transmog mogged. I see. Yeah, the new age way of speaking is whimsy maxing as well. I did actually use that unironically to a friend who hates me for it. But I was making a knife. I went on a blacksmithing experience day to make a kitchen knife. And it turned out spectacular. I might even post it on the Discord as well. Yeah, it was a side quest. There was a lot of whimsy involved. Ended up forging a blade. And now we have a cool sort of Japanese style kitchen knife. So I tell you what, after the stream, if you're not in the Discord and you're interested in any shenanigans, you just want to hang out, then do join. I'll post it in the general chat later. It's me in a pair of shorts and obviously blacksmith apron and stuff, but I'm grinding molten metal basically onto my bare legs because I thought it would be a good idea to wear shorts in a blacksmith shop when making a knife. So yeah, that was another poor judgment on my part, but lost many a leg hair. But the thing is, the sparks don't really burn your skin unless they're sitting directly on it. Oh, I forgot my gem bag, damn it. But they do singe all your hairs off. So I just basically smelt like toast. Okay, Dank, in that moment, fair enough. In that exact get-up, I see it. Any other moment, I don't see it. You might have to put that comparison up. A side by side. Yeah, okay, fair enough. That's valid comparison during that. But if I show you the picture, you'll see what I mean. I don't know if I already sent you the video, actually, Dank, but it's a good kniff. Okay, 337 jellies killed. And we are not yet hard clued up. That's low-key diabolical. Something is amiss. I just need to see one hard clue and either fail or get it. Just so I feel like the momentum shifts a touch, you know? I also need to mark them on the ground so they give me a nice beam when they drop. There's a lot of nothing burgers coming out of these jellies. Unless it's just coins and I'm hoovering them up, but it could be that. Also, something I don't usually ask for anything. If you do enjoy the streams, can you give the stream a like, please? Apparently that does things for the stream. I don't know. But if you wouldn't mind giving it a like, or if you dislike it, dislike it. It's up to you. But I would appreciate that. Appreciate that, wrist. Yeah, there's a lot of bits and bobs that's, I mean, shorts as well, stuff like that. But, yeah, I appreciate that. Obviously, you just being here is enough, guys. But if you do like it, why not give it a little like? Right, the aircon is off for a bit. Let's see how roasty toasty it gets in here. Yeah, exactly. I could do one of those. For just one like, you can get Oat Bloke a hard clue. This allows him to pursue his Slayer dream of 69 and finally get Zenite jewelry on the account. It's just me looking sad. Oh, I could definitely do a cooking stream live, for sure. I am a big fan of different cuisines, namely Korean. Make a live kimchi jjigae, or like an army stew or something. Another room full helm. Okay, so all of the boots were 1 in 128 as well. The room full helms have been 1 in 128. We've had 5 rolls on the 128 table. Yeah, if we could hit 10k subs, I could make an IRL RuneScape cake as well. Do some bacon. Yeah, all of the luck has been used up on boots at the moment. It will probably have to be the regular. Well, I could do a chocolate one, but your boy is severely intolerant to the dairy. Hence the reason Oat Bloke. Hidden lore right there. The true origins of Oat Bloke. Just a soy boy that couldn't handle his dairy products. So drank oat milk and went, He's just a bit of an oat bloke, isn't he? And with that, the illusion is shattered. Oat milk? Oat milk is banging. I feel like it's the kind of thing that is... I mean, I'm not vegan, but because I can't have dairy, the vegan food is usually a good substitute. And vegan food's come such a long way in the last couple of years. It's actually not bad. I mean, when it first started hitting the scenes, and I don't mean veg, that's like basic vegan food, but the, substitutes of different stuff has got better and better. So now it's not actually too bad. Just scranning some vegan stuff alongside my chicken. Yeah, exactly. Like a flourless brownie and stuff like that. They're just making better tasting stuff. I mean, there was also a phase going through university where my housemate, he was dating a vegan at the time, and he had this obsession because I consume a lot of protein and meat. He was going through this phase of constantly trying to give me different foods, being like, "Oh, do you like this one?" And it was always like a Beyond Burger or like a fake chicken variant or something, just to see if I could tell the difference. And obviously I could tell every single time, because eating chicken all day, every day, you do tend to figure out the difference between that and the Beyond Meat or whatever it is. If you put it in a burger with pickles, lettuce, etc., if you make it exactly as a burger would be, you can't tell the difference. But if you just give it to someone on a fork and say, "Huh, how's that?" It does get a bit sus. Yeah, no, it's just good. It's genuinely just quite nice. I'm patient zero for the oat milk. Is that what you're saying? My claim to fame. But the interesting thing is, apparently, now I don't know how true this is. I haven't tried it yet, but I will at some point. You can reverse an intolerance by just scranning a obscene amount of dairy and just keeping a regular amount in your diet. So, I'm thinking of doing like a 1 week lock-in where I just eat cheese, chocolate, all that kind of stuff, and see if I can reverse some of that intolerance. It won't be a pleasant week, but if it cures some kind of intolerance, it might be worth it. Oh yeah, stuff like stuffed mushrooms. So good. Tofu as well. Tofu is pretty good. I mean, tofu technically takes on the flavor of what you put on it. It doesn't have really much flavor on its own. But if you put good stuff on tofu, that's quite nice. I would still rather have a steak, but, you know. Just how it be. It's something like that, yeah. You can technically carry the enzymes. Dank, I have not had a single clue drop yet. And we are 367 jellies in. So we are due 3 at current rate. So that's how my Monday's going. Yes, they are definitely obtainable. There are none in the bank at the moment. We are just getting traditional oat luck on this one. I think if I maybe do the spin emote, let's give that a crack. There we go. I should have unlocked them now. See, when I realized it was a punishment and Jagex realized it was going to be a punishment, they said, let's really make this a punishment. Let's give him no clues. Yeah, I saw how excited I was to actually get started on Demonic Gorillas and Zenites. And then it just stopped me in my tracks and said, not for you. Oh, okay. So, I mean, it's a different drop table, but all of these gems as well are a 1 in 128. I technically do have a bowl of oats to eat. I'm back up to 5 meals a day now, so there's a lot of scranning to do. Speaking of, 2 seconds. Let me smack this jelly. Quick WC. Time for some hard clues. Back wall reveal. Yeah. The hidden trove. I mean, the rest of the room is an absolute tip at the moment. I've got film kit everywhere. Okay. Back-to-back sapphires is unreasonable. We do have the HP cape. This is just a virtual level. Well, I mean, I'll show you. So once again, it's like a... It looks like just leaves. It's mints and leaves. And it's very nice. Another rune helm. Okay. Wonderful. Who made the intros to the Extreme Air Collection? So, there's this lad called... Make sure I get his name right. Synthanic. Who I met on... I'm pretty sure it's through Fiverr or something. But he is a absolute G. At the time he was over in New Zealand, I believe. I think he's an American lad. But he does some insane stuff. Really, really clean stuff. So I saw some of his work, said, love it. Could you do something for me, please? And yeah, now we have a banging intro. And also the starting soon screen was him as well. There's a little bit of burger sauce on there too. Some jalapenos. Oh yeah, minced beef. I forgot to say. Yeah, minced beef, minced meat. Yeah, I know. I had to reach out to Death and just say, since we're never going to meet in game, do you mind doing a voiceover for me? And he said, yeah, I've got you, mate. I actually don't know if this works on stream. It might. I was he. I was Death. Yeah, the RNG is not looking fantastic today. 391 jellies, but like I said, it's not like it's a bad thing at the end of the day. Once we have 15 hards, we have 15 hards, you know? Afternoon, Stenham, mate. Total level is sitting at 1995. So, stats are looking like this. I haven't showed them in a little while. But this is what it's looking like. Yes, just 15 caskets, not 15 uniques. That would be even more brutal. Yeah, we have one stashed up in the bank now. We're hunting for those other ones. Fortunately, yeah, fortunately not 15 uniques. Although with our current collection log, we've got a pretty high chance of getting a unique, because anything apart from the Guthix Full Helm would be new. So yeah, still early doors on that. We would have quite a high chance, but still, yeah, just the caskets. No leaf weapons. I do not. Yeah, almost at 2k. So that means the 2k total worlds, I mean, they will be available to us because I'm going to get 93 crafting. So we're definitely going to go above the 2k mark. As long as we don't die at demonic gorillas. Which it could happen. There is a chance. But yeah. We've got a couple of things that we can do. Sailing sitting at 1, 0 XP. But when we do roll sailing, we're going to 99 it, so, you know, there is that. Same thing with construction. When we roll mahogany homes, we're going straight to 99. Okay, what's the drop rate on a Kuresk, though? Let's have a little look. Well, they've got 97 health. Alright, hang on. What hidden trap is there with these? Seemingly none. On the miscellaneous, there is nothing. On the Slayer, I believe the battle axe and the sword are on there. The light mystic road top's on there. But yeah, I mean, yeah, also there is the slight issue of it being 70 Slayer. Which I forgot about as well, to be fair. Yeah, if I had the leaf-bladed battle axe, they'd be quite quick. I do need some coconuts as well, though, because I've got 34 magic trees that need protecting. Okay, we kind of do need to see a clue drop soon, though. Just for everyone's sanity here. Because 408 is a little bit unreasonable. Although we did go 21,000 imps for a 1 in 5k, so... That's not ideal either. Okay. Is there a different method we can do for hard clues that might be better? It genuinely doesn't look like it. It's imps, and imps are not in any way, shape, or form better. Imps equal bad. Oh lord. Yeah, no more Sepulchre, that's for sure. I don't think it shows how many floors that I've done. I'd have to actually go there to see, but... 217 end coffins, but I think I ran... Well, I know I ran thousands of the earlier laps. So, no. Can't be doing that. Not strong enough. So blue dragons are an interesting one. They're definitely slower to kill than this. And also there's the slight Iron Man in me that would want to bank every set of bones. So ultimately you would end up just taking more time. Because this way I can just smash through it, you know? Afternoon, Nuka, mate. How you doing? We are just killing jellies for hard clues at the moment. And it's not looking good, Brev. We're currently 1 out of 15. And we have not seen a hard clue drop in 418 jellies. This is wild. This is also just Oat Bloke luck. Some accounts have very good RNG, some do not. Mine tends to lean on the do not. Until it does, you know? Maybe it's this world. Maybe I need to hop worlds or something. It's a bad world for jellies. What if I say I'm actually looking for the Dragon Spear at 1 in 10k because I've got my Ring of Wealth on. So I'm actually just here for a Dragon Spear, you know? I swear to God, if a Dragon Spear drops... it's over. This is where they were hidden on the ground the whole time. Oh. Okay, a new challenger has approached with Greater Demons, Isle of Souls. Now, I only have 1,600 cannonballs. Which does mean that that is a very short-term project, as those will be burnt out very fast. Okay, the question is, do demonic gorillas drop hard clues? They do. Okay. Okay. Now there is a level of wanting to like backlog this punishment and just get them from demonics, because technically while I'm hunting for 15 hard clues, it just so happens that it's the same log that I'm going for, you know. What's the rate on demonics? It would erase the punishment. So that is very true. 1 in 100? Yeah. It would be nice. But it can't happen. It's just so I know where I could have been at, you know? I could have been double stacking. But if you double dip, sometimes you get your hand stuck in the cookie jar. We're not about that. Or you always get that one person that you can seize the drool on the crisp and they dip it back into the salsa. Horrifying. No, give me that. That's criminal behavior. Bobby, that's... If you witness someone lick salsa off a chip or crisp, because, you know, there's a multitude of Americans and Brits in here, off of that piece of food and then dip back in, you can no longer be friends with that person. You have to disown them, and they need serious help. Yeah, that's not okay behavior. That one, I think that gets you put on a watch list straight away. If you're licking the salsa off the crisp before you dip it back in, you are not coming to the cookout. You're not invited. Wild behavior. Okay, a personal sauce is different, right? If you do it with a personal sauce, then sure. You're trying to probably maximize the amount of sauce you get while not diminishing the amount of crisps you have. Let's say you're running low on crisps, but you've got a ton of sauce. I see you doing it, you know, that's fair. but in the communal dip. Whew. Brave. That heat is cranking back up. Time for the aircon. Okay, something has to happen soon. 450 we're closing in on. See, Pixie, you forget though, the streams are a slice of life. This is the reality of the Extreme Log account. This is a peek behind the curtain. Else it would just be me doing this and you being like, where's that video? What's taking that guy so long? And then you realise that he can't get a hard clue in 450 jellies. And you're like, ah, I see now. Makes sense. There never was any action. It was just this. I have one hard clue casket in the bank ready to go. So we need 14 more caskets. So this is where this grind does become a little bit stinky, right? Because if I can't do like 10 clues, then not so good. Yeah, genuinely could be. Could be. But like I said, the RNG will turn around. We're just in a bit of a bad spot at the moment for not getting any drops. But as I said, it is a punishment. It has to feel like a punishment. That's why the number of the elites was so low. I say so low, 5 and 10. It was nearly 10 elites. That would have been grim. Because we would have had to have dropped most of those. But, yeah. Oh man, what have you got? Mime show. Yeah. Alright then. Am I correct in thinking the mime show gives lamps, right? It does. I'm going to put this into Slayer because I'm salty. I didn't even see what he did. There we go. The fire cape's on the wheel. Yeah, Jad's on there. I don't think I've unlocked all the emotes from here yet. So it'd be nice to just round that out too. In the interest of extreme logging. How many of these do you have to do? Let me go, please. I yearn to be free. There's the lamp. Couple more of those will be 69. Right, RNG's been reset. Now give us a clue. If I failed it, that would have been something else. That would have been bad. So what's the likelihood of us hitting 500 before we get a clue, right? 40 more KC? Surely not. Well, technically, I have Enlightened Journey still to do. Enlightened Journey is one of the prerequisites for MM2. As well as 70 Slayer, but I have the Molten Glass for that already saved up. So not a stress there. I think I have 79 crafting banked off of Temporos alone. Due to all of that seaweed that he provided us. It should average out, right? So when we hit like 1,000, maybe we'll be close to getting 10 hard scrolls. As I said, I do not mind if it delays them, as long as we can complete them. Because I would take that. Where it's like double the drop rate, but every single one's completable. Fine by me. That's just me huffing on the copium right now. Willow branches. Ooh. That's a good question. Now, potentially, as if I have a quick look on the Veil Totems drop list. What is it you need? You need willow branches, or it's willow roots, right? Or is it branches? branches, so that's something separate. No, I do not. I do not have that. So that is something I will definitely have to do. Now, I'm pretty sure I have a ton of willow seeds, though, so I can definitely plant some. And as long as I can keep them protected, then that's fine. Okay, sweet. Yeah, I can plant a couple of those then when we're done here. Get those in the ground, give them a little check, get those branches sorted. Actually, I'm pretty sure I have some kind of trees planted. But I don't know if they're willows. They wouldn't be special, they would just be trees. Oh, they are willows. Okay, I actually have some planted then. So, technically, yes. That is fine. The branches are done. It looks like the last tree run that I did, which must have been a couple months ago now, were all willow trees. So that is good news. That means we have branches ready to be picked up. What do these things taste like? I wonder if it's like jelly as in gelatin that you'd get in like a pork pie, or if it's more like actual jelly. Arc and Blade, is that beneath Curse Sands? No, what's the Arc and Blade lock behind? It's a quest, isn't it? It's a big boy quest. If I have to physically kill Doom and there's a chance of me getting loot, then no. If it's a pre-quest to that, and I don't have to kill anything that has a clog, then yes. Technically I can. Yeah, they give more D&D vibes, don't they? Yes, I can't do it because the amoxicillin. Yeah, I think technically Moons was doable as long as you didn't loot the final chest. But, yeah, Moxie or Amoxicillin you can't technically do without guaranteeing yourself the tiers. Ensure it doesn't roll on the drop table. Yeah, if there's no chance of getting a log off of it, then it can be done. Yeah, I can't be having another punishment. I thought I was quite smug with the Sunfire Splinters that we only had one after 115 days playtime, and now we have 2 cock-ups, which in the grand scheme of things isn't too bad, right? Could have been worse. There should be 0 technically, so maybe. No excuses. This is not looking good, Rev. Come on, give us one hard clue. We're ready for you now. You've kept everyone waiting. 6 KC till 500. I just don't think that we should be waiting that much longer, you know? Call me greedy, but 1 in 500 sounds reasonable to me. Doesn't sound like too much of an ask. Is the Arkham Blade pretty good then? Yeah, Scaris is I mean, he's both a rotter and a claim to fame on this account. To be fair, I don't know what rank 2's doing at the moment. Is there anyone close to 9.9k? Right, that's 500 jellies slain. Something ain't right here. Do these jellies just not count as dropping them? We kind of have to ask these questions now. It does say generic jellies do drop them, but... It's, to be fair, Biggs, it's very on brand, isn't it? I'm able to hold 2 at the moment. And I have none. No, there's none left in the bank. The one in there is a casket. I have no actual scroll cases. I have one finished clue at the moment. Yeah, one casket. The step on the other hard was in the deepest part of the wilderness possible, which was the volcano. And it didn't feel right. I mean, I ran into Scorpio, so I don't know what I was thinking. But yeah, I'm not going deep wildy again. Yeah, I mean, if it's not in like the wilderness volcano at the back, there is a slight chance that I would go in off stream and do them. If it's like, you know, wilderness light, then fine. But if this turns out to be like really, really, really bad, I will go and hunt some nature implings. Because in Porapora, they're guaranteed to be in the corner. We are sitting at 512 jellies killed. So the thing is, with clue juggling, Pixar, I'm not sure I fully understand it. I'll be completely honest and transparent. Like, so if I have a clue dropped on the floor 4 steps in, and then I get another clue, and I start doing that, does that not reset the steps on the other one, right? That one then goes back to 1. It doesn't get rid of the step itself, but it is then a 1-stepper. Okay, so in theory, right? I've obtained 4 hard clues. And I've dropped all of them at the bank. Like, I've gone to Edgeville, I've dropped them on the floor, opened them up and dropped them. I then go and do... I pick one off the floor, go do it, get 3 steps in, and then it's a wilderness step. What if I then drop that one and go pick up one of the others that wasn't the wildy step and then complete that step? Do they all then wipe back to 1, so then I get another chance, or... Is that the theory, or am I misunderstanding? 1% chance of not getting a clue in 580 kills. So does that step completion carry over to the other clue? So if I dropped a clue at 5 out of 6 completed, and I had one on the floor that I could then do, that then carries over to being the 6th one complete, right? I mean, I still think step 1 of this should be get a clue. Once we have the hard clue, we're on the board, you know? This is just shocking. This is outrageous behaviour. Punishment is punishing. Almost a bit too much for my liking. Look, if it wasn't streamed, it wouldn't be believed, you know? You'd be like, surely no one has to kill 540 jellies to get 1 hard clue. And I say, you do. I hope the wiki isn't wrong, else that was it has been a little bit of a time waste. More sapphires at 1M128 as well. Now, the important thing to do in these situations is not to let the bad RNG get to you. In fact, what you need to do is put a positive spin on it. Like, wow, isn't it fantastic that I've got 110k from killing jellies? That's really good. Or, wow, isn't that fantastic that I've got a total of 11 gems from killing jellies? That's really good. And then, it doesn't feel so bad that you've had to kill 540 jellies. In fact, I should do this more often. Oh, would you look at that? We're getting some Chaos Runes as well. That technically can be turned into Tockle for our future grind when we're getting our Onyxes. That's lucky. Thanks, Jagex. I'll take some more Chaos Runes. God, I'd really hate for a hard clue to come along and spoil this jelly killing. It means I wouldn't be able to kill more jellies and get more gold or gems. See? Stefan knows. If I had a chisel on me, I could be making crafting XP at the same time. Oh, there's the Chaos Runes we wanted. That's good. Thanks, Jagex. We're running a little low on death runes though, so if you could drop me 5 of those, that would also be quite good. So what did you do on the hottest recorded day in May in the UK for 70 years or whatever it is? I stayed nice and calm. I killed 540 jellies and didn't get a hard clue. I mean, I was hoping to at least, like, in my head, right? When we rolled those 15 hards, obviously I was elated that it wasn't the 10 elites. But I did kind of hope we'd have 5 hard caskets to show for it by the end, so we could have been there for the journey. And then I could have done this off stream for another 15 to 20 hours and finished it off Until Wednesday. At this rate, you might see me back here at Jellies on the Wednesday. Alright, 556 jellies. Woo! Now, if there was a jelly champion scroll, we would be 1/10 of the way there. Oh, that jelly spawned out of the dead one's body, almost like Superior would. Just a big old bowl of jelly. I actually do have some jelly in the fridge. I made some yesterday. It's been sitting there. No. No, 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 no. No. Okay. No. 562 jellies without a hard clue, and you're going to drop me a loop half of a key. And then a ruby afterwards. So, as the script now says, a pair of myth boots now need to drop, then a rune full helm, and then I can have my clue. Yeah, thanks for that. I actually needed a couple of tooth after the keys. They'll come in handy at some point. Mm-hmm. Oh, Dank being an absolute wizard. What have we got? More death runes. So roughly one clue every 60 catches. Okay. Could imps be the play instead then? I feel like we have to at least see one clue here now. That we've gone so dry that it's kind of, it's inevitable that one happens soon. Something does seem a little bit off here, doesn't it? Just a tiny bit. You know the crazy thing about this is, this entire segment of however long this takes, whether it be 30 hours or like 20, 30 hours, whatever it is, gets condensed down into 30 seconds of me saying, we went to go do our punishment, killed some jellies, got 15 hard caskets. The circle of life. Right, 30 more jellies. If we don't get a hard clue before 600, I think we have to go to the imps. I think we accept defeat. Hear that, Jagex? I'm leaving. I've got a carrot on the stick me. They have to drop at least one, so I stay around. Now, I don't know if anyone's done Poro Poro recently. But it's not great. Right, I know what we need to do. Extreme Oats' fate is in your hands. Are we staying at Jellies or are we going to Poro Poro? Chuck your vote in. We can always come back, that is true. It seems like jelly slaying content is not the one. Okay. We are going to round this off to 580 KC, which is 3 kills, and then we will go to the imps because it's been a ridiculous amount of time and we have not seen a hard clue yet. If you want to drop me a farewell clue on this last KC for 580, that's fine. Of course not. Alright, get me out of here. We're going to change our tactic. We are going to Poro Poro, and we're going to hunt Magpie and Nature Implings because there is a chance there that we might actually get something. But we're going to have to travel light. We don't need all of this stuff. In fact, we pretty much need nothing. I'll take some binding stuff just because. What do I need? Some of these. Probably that and a fire staff. Right. Okay, we can cast Entangle. We only need Snare, though. Yes, Cat. So, didn't realise that Giant Stem was part of the Catacombs of Korend, because I've always only ever gone in from the beach. And it turns out that it is part of the Catacombs of Korend. So when I was killing fire giants down there to push us just over the edge to 69 Slayer and get started on Monkey Madness 2, an Ancient Shard dropped. And now we have to get 15 hard clues as a punishment. And after killing 580 jellies, we're moving on. We have to go and do something else. So I don't even need fire runes, right? No. I'll take some fire runes for alking, I guess, but I don't need them. I need my net. Now, hopefully we have a jar generator. We do, and we have some impling jars. Good. Oh, I have eclectics here. When did I get 2 dragon implings, and why are they just sitting in my bank? You know what? We're not going to worry about that. That's future Oats. You can deal with that another time, buddy. We'll come back to that. Wait, what am I doing? I can guaranteed get there with... I was about to go to Draenor Village and see if the crop circle was there. I forgot. Right, let's put that away. Give me my Drayman staff. I'm not sure what dragon implants have, but I mean, since they're in there, we might as well stack them up. Right, how many jars do I actually have? I have 25 jars left. Okay. Well, you're part of it, Varied, mate. And we are all being punished. So I only need natures, and I only need magpies. Obviously, if a dragon pops up, we'll grab it. And also, if a lucky pops up, we'll grab that. Oh, ninjas as well, yeah. Right, come here. I guess I just have to crack them open the second I get them. And hope we don't lose too many jars. Ignore the eclectics. So there's usually one in every corner. So if I just hang around on this world... yes, sir. Accidental clog. Player or bot? Hard to tell. Yeah. Accidentally pulled a ancient shard, which means that is on the Skatizo log, and we are now being punished. Right, so ninja is high value. Do I just do like a 3-world hop and 2 corners? Because your boy doesn't have enough run energy to keep going around in circles. Let's do that. We'll hop between 3 worlds. What are we on now? $5.11. Okay. Cool. Start going towards it in hope. Okay, magic logs. I'll probably end up dropping magic logs. There's nothing I really need out of these. Dang, do you know what the spawn time on the imps is? Specifically, obviously, the respawn time of grabbing one. Because if I just do like a 2-world hop, then... Don't do it. Okay, nice. Don't make me go all the way into the middle just to get this one. So I think there's like a 1-minute spawn time or like a 30-second spawn time or something. And the idea is you're supposed to hop between... Well, when I was doing Dragon Imps at least. You hop between 3 worlds and then you're force spawning on that spot. So if I now go back to 511... and then you should be able to hop and cycle through. But maybe it's 5 worlds at a time you have to do? Honestly, I can't remember. There's a nature, so that's good. But let's see. I mean, maybe during this hunt for clues doing this, we might pull a lucky imp or something. So maybe this would be more worth it. But yeah. It usually is absolutely rammed full of bots, yeah. It kind of just depends. Sometimes they get mass banned, but I mean, most of the names you'll see of someone spawning in, they're going to be hopping 5 worlds at a time as well. So I'm just going to run to this corner and have a quick look. Wait, what? Okay, that nature implant just vanished into thin air. Thanks, Jagex. Yeah, unfortunately, a lucky impling does not count as one of the clues being completed. That would be quite nice, but... A Django berry. Oh, that one spawned right behind me. You know what? I'm going to go out on a limb and say that if I get a hard... Yeah, if I got a hard clue reward from a lucky impling, I'd be happy to count that as a clue done. The chances of seeing a lucky impling in Poro Pro are so low, though. And obviously then pulling something that isn't a cabbage is also its own challenge. And it's always that really awkward thing of, do you wait for it to come to you or do you go towards it? Because then the second you start pushing forward towards it, it's then going to go, yeah, like that. And then end up flying to the back corner. I think a higher strength level does technically help you here. Because sometimes you can just absolutely tank it through the reeds. Oh, ninja impling. Our chances just went up. Alright, stay there, buddy. Snakeskin boots is not what we were looking for, but we take it. Is there a quest requirement for Dark Law, or do you just get it as default? Okay, a magpie is on the list of things we want to capture. Rune bars, I mean, that's kind of nice, but it's not what we're after. Kingdom Divided, I have not done. Yeah. So for now, we're going to have to just rough it out. See, now the problem in something like a Kingdom Divided is, yes, that would be very helpful for the account. However, you are then adding a detour to a detour. And you know I love that. If I'm the first person to say, hell yeah, let's do another detour. But in something that is already going to take a long time, I kind of have to stop myself to a degree and say, would it be worth the time going and doing that quest? Or would it be faster for me to just stay here catching imps, you know? And, you know, don't set me up with a detour, because I'll take it. But we have things to do. Okay, magpie. I mean, this already feels better compared to doing jellies, because obviously I'm getting things for it. If we could get a couple of coconuts off these nature implings, that'd be nice. Okay, I've got to push through quick here, otherwise he's going to fly off. Nice. Yeah, as you see there, use your strength to push through the wheat in the most efficient fashion. So having 99 strength, I'm sure, does help me down here. Last time I was down here, I was not getting through this anywhere near as fast. Like, you would crawl through these sometimes. Like that. Right, now don't fly off. I splashed. Unfortunate. He knows I'm onto him now. The game of cat and mouse begins. Oh, I hate it when it does that. Now, when it flies off all the way over there, I almost feel like, unless it's a dragon impling, of course, it's worth just hopping, because I'm not chasing that thing down. Okay, magpie. That's 1/5 the amount of money we made being down at the jelly, so that's good at least. We just hope we don't run out of jars. That's the other thing. Because I don't remember how you restock this. You have to get a new one by catching like 10 of each or 5 different things. Okay, Emmy's a power. Fantastic. We'll do a little corner change. And then run back to that corner. Oh, you fell for it. Like a Venus flytrap, if you stand very still, they come towards you. That's a lie, don't do that. I guess I'll just elk these as well. I feel like there should be something in this corner, but... You know, at this point, I just want to see one hard clue, and then I'll be, I won't say happy, I'll be contented, you know? At this rate, you might not be far off. There's a magpie over there. Mmm. Maybe I just need to go on a spree, catch him back to back. Or not. Let's push through one. Oh. Definitely not a bot. Oh, there's the tooth off the key. So that goes with the other part that we were looking for, so that's good. At least we have a tooth half for our loop half that we got earlier. A rune warhammer. No, I think any and all of these keys that I save up will be for the eventual unlocking of Prif. And then I'll just try spam those crystal keys. So it's kind of like future-proofing, right? Crikey. At this time before we see a hard clue, we're going to see a lucky impling or a dragon impling. A willow seed? I don't really need that, but... Oh, a Torstal seed there. That's not terrible. That at least has some future use, you know? Just faked me out. It came forward and then went away. Let's stay there. Now, Dank, I have to ask you, have you ever done Poro Poro before? Okay, Magpie is good. That's a 1 in 25. This is going better than it was previously in terms of... Oh, a Snapdragon as well. Go on. Yeah, when I did it for the very first Dragonstone, like for my glory even, it was way worse than this. So I think the strength is definitely helping. But I low-key hate you for sending me back here. But the math checks out. Theoretically, there is a higher chance of me seeing a clue here than there was at the jellies. Oh no. It looked like that landed, but apparently not. I literally just want to see one hard clue today. That's it. That's not a massive ask in the grand scheme of things. Just one cheeky hard clue. Just pop up into my inventory. Maybe it's the corner. Maybe I need to change corners. No, because I've kind of already prepped it. I should stay. Yeah, the thing is, so if I had easies, there's like a really reliable way of farming those. You just pickpocket hand members. Mediums, eclectic imps spawn in one spot and you can just spam catch them. Natures, I mean, they're pretty consistent, but it's a 1 in 100, so that's quite a few catches you have to get. It's just when we see a good one, like if we see a magpie or a... I see you. Keeping an eye on that guy. Yeah, but what you can also sometimes get with the bots is they're either programmed or just the way that it works. If you keep hopping in one spot and one catches you, they will then start hopping in tandem with you on the basis that you are increasing their chance of seeing something if they hop between the same 5 worlds. Don't even want any more natures. See if the grass is greener in another corner. That was a devastating ankle breaker. I'm not going to recover from that. Let's just hop. Go on, what's the drop rate on paladins? Are we basically just going to go and see how many things I can go dry on looking for hard clues? Oh, ninja. Dragon Dagger P. Boo. Stay there. Don't even know what I got then. A willow seed, I reckon. Right, I'm swapping to the lucky corner. Southeast corner is the lucky one. Start back on 5. We'll go 5-10. We'll jump 5 worlds. We'll come back. There's going to be a guaranteed magpie and ninja impling. But we do need that nature impling to come all the way over here first. And that's not ideal. Oops. Okay. We're getting pretty much everything we don't need at the moment. But seeds and an Iron Man are always good. Remember that. We have a definite not boss. Boss? Bot? See if we get a response from these fine. That guy's definitely not a bot. This guy maybe isn't. Right, we got 70 nature implings, 12 ninjas. Oh, well. That wasn't in this session. That's total, I guess. Remember, it's about the positive attitude. You have to stay positive, guys. No, it's fine. Everything's fine. Definitely also not a bot. You can't kill the defenders though. Yeah, that's that was a good experiment to see. But I think in terms of actual raw kills per hour / chance of getting a thing that we're after, a clue, we probably have to go back to the jellies. Unfortunately. As I just don't see that turning out well for us. And we're just going to go live there, because realistically, I'm just going to take enough supplies that I can stay there for as long as we need to, until we get one of those damn hard clues. Right, we're going to see one before this stream ends, surely. We kind of have to. Hey Silas, how you doing, mate? In our pursuit for 69 Slayer, I was doing my final task to push me over the edge, and it was fire giants. And I decided to go down to the giant's den, which I always have and always will enter from the beach. Turns out Giant's Den is part of the Catacombs of Kourend. I didn't know that. So when I was killing them quite happily with the cannon, like just watching the Slayer XP tick down, that popped out of a fire giant's arse. And as a result, we had to spin the punishment wheel. And we are now here, trying to get 15 hard clues. We've got 1 casket. We've killed 580 jellies, and we've not seen a single hard clue yet. So things are not looking fantastic for the old Oat. It looks like this might be quite a long detour, considering we also don't have the highest completion rate of these hard clues. But yeah. So the way that my account works is I don't go straight into taking on the next log that I got. I instead roll the punishment. Yeah, because otherwise, technically, I wouldn't mind having to do Skatizo on the basis that I would then have access to the Catacombs of Kourend Slayer dungeon. So yeah, it would have been quite good to get, because it means I would basically never have to skip a Konar task, and I could go and farm more points there. So yeah, I destroyed the shard, got rid of it, and now we do our punishment before we can continue with the main game. I'm just hoping this detour doesn't take me too long. It's not looking fantastic at the moment. I don't have the brain power for you right now, Leo. You go back to your graveyard. Right, I've got 24 minutes to get myself a hard clue. Can we do it? You would think yes. Well, so here's the extra annoying thing about it, Silas. Technically, that fire giant could have dropped a dark totem top, middle, or bottom, and all of those would be fine to get because they're on the Slayer or miscellaneous log. It just so happens it was the one thing that is also on the Skatizo drop list, which doesn't cross any other log. It is its own thing, so it was a bit unfortunate because it could have just been a good jump scare. But instead, here we are. 4 hours of hard clue hunting later. Drac, I'll probably be ending the stream at 7:30 GMT. So in about 23 minutes. 22 minutes. Ish. But we're going to see a hard clue before then because we owed one. And that's just how it works, right? Surely, Drac, right? Surely. So I'm not going to actively hunt them, I don't think. It would just be more now that Slayer's kind of become unlocked for me. In the sense that now that I'm actually doing Slayer, before it was sort of capped at 55 and I hadn't moved it from there. Because I'm going to be doing all of my demonic gorillas on task, it means that I should probably hit about 75, well, probably higher than that. Maybe 80 Slayer by the end of it, depending on how dry we go or lucky we get. And then technically, yeah, I could go and hunt a couple of different Slayer logs. It just means then that's like an interchangeable segment. If I'm doing a particularly long grind that is taking, you know, months to complete or many, many weeks of actual gameplay to complete, I can sort of weave in a Slayer hunt or a miscellaneous hunt just to sort of mix it up a touch. But the problem with me is, as you know, when I start doing something, I kind of find it hard to stop until the thing is done. I get locked in. I was just triple checking the wiki to make sure they do definitely drop from here. It says they do. But it's also the kind of passive thing as well, Silas, that I can go for in terms of like the... I was looking at the miscellaneous. You have the giant fish, or the big fish. So that could be kind of fun to hunt. Just sort of depends how close to the next staff bracket I am. Because I'm 46 logs off of the staff now. So the steel, the iron, one of them. Just fiddling around with that and some more graphic-y stuff. I'm hoping it's going to be like 10 back-to-back clues after this. Who needs hard clues, eh? Not this guy. Not this bloke. Yeah, these hard clues are definitely a myth. There feels like there's been some kind of an error on the wiki. Oh, I see the threads also are 1 in 128. So how many of those have we had? 90. So that's 9 rolls on that too. Interesting. What was the rate? Was it 1 in 500 pickpocketing a paladin? Ah. You have to complete some of the elves for that as well, though. So, that's not happening. Oh, East Ardoin. No, there's 2 there. Some of the elves is the bunch of them after in the West Ardoin. Got you, got you. Okay, okay. Oh, okay. Now, Bit of a techie question, if anyone knows. If I'm wearing a rogue's outfit and I pickpocket a hard clue scroll box, do I get 2? Because then it's technically 1 in 250 if you can get 2 in one go. Or is it capped out at 1? Because this could also be... Okay, that is a shame. I guess it makes sense, because, yeah, otherwise pickpocketing, like, ham members would be kind of wild for easies, but... Ah, okay. No, you definitely don't. That sucks. That could have been big brain technology right there. Gained a crown. Oh yeah, being one of these certified yappers means that apparently you get a crown. So thank you for keeping me sane and chatting to me. Well, sane as a man can be, killing 636 jellies and not getting a clue scroll. Actually, come to think of it, I haven't seen a pair of black boots in a while either. Not black, mithril boots. So maybe the jellies are fully dried up now. It could take more than 4k jellies at this point. If that's the way the cookie crumbles, that's how it be. It's a cheeky soon TM, you know? Just one more kill vibes. Every kill was a 50-50. Might as well start high alching these steel two-handers. Try and make this a little bit more somewhat beneficial. Oh, there are 1 in 10 from an intricate pouch coming out of Guardians of the Rift, though. So that's great. Another jelly enjoyer over here. See, at this rate, what I'm also considering is maybe I should go and do Via Watch Sentinels, because they are a 1 in 100. Now, they do have double the health of a jelly, so it will take longer, but there is also the inherent chance of getting blood shards. And it's super AFKable. You can sort of just sit there in your get up and restore prayer and stuff. So that might not be a terrible idea, right? Because that way it's 1 in 100 of getting a hard clue, as well as 1 in 1.5k for a blood shard. Maybe that's actually big brain. Blood shards are used on a Amulet of Fury to turn it into an Amulet of Blood Fury, and it means that on hit, occasionally you heal a percentage of that damage dealt back. So it's a good sustain item. And if I go for all 4 of the Zenite items, which I am planning on doing, and I end up being able to buy Onyxes, I can also buy an Onyx at that point for a Fury. And then I can make a Blood Fury. I do have one. Yeah, I definitely do. I got one during the Sepulchre grind. I was trying to get Via Dust, and I managed to pick one up. But there's no harm in getting another one. And it's more AFKable than this. Another Runeful Helm. Wonderful. It's more AFKable than this. Even if it is a slightly slower kill, I will also have Piety on. Be able to bank all of the loot that I pick up. Yes, yeah. Once it's depleted past its, I think it's 1,000 charges. You then have to put more into it, or you can stack up multiple into one. So it's a extra juiced up one. Right, in 3 more KC, we are on 666 jellies, and we're going to leave it there. I just don't... After 666 jellies killed with no hard clues, I just don't think it's going to happen. Right, 2 more. Right. 666 jellies, not one single hard clue. It just isn't going to happen at this rate. I'm going to move over to Vise for a bit because I need to do some bits and bobs and I can AFK there. But that is probably a good time to end the stream. I'm terribly sorry, guys. You got punished with me today. But I guess when I get punished, we get punished because it just delays the content, delays all that kind of stuff. But it's the rules. And if the punishment wasn't there, the stakes wouldn't be as high. It wouldn't be as interesting, in my opinion. So thank you, everyone, for hanging out today, making me feel a bit more sane during this somewhat insane grind. Though RNG was not on our side, we press forward. I will keep on stacking up and trying to get as many hard clues as I possibly can. I'll be actively farming them. Fingers crossed, off stream we get a bit luckier. But if not, then I'll see you on Wednesday for the same thing. But we're going to keep on cracking. Thank you so much for hanging out, guys. Don't forget to drop a like on the stream. If you're not subbed, sub, all that kind of good stuff. Yeah. Have a fantastic rest of your Monday. And I will catch you on Wednesday. Peace, peace.